Look at that, bouncing music. Yeah, get you right in the mood for real estate manager. How is everyone? Oh, apologies for being slightly late. I hadn't quite finished my foods. I was still eating. That still ain't working. Why is that still not working? God damn, Stream Elements. You have one job alone. Right. Oh well. Welcome in, Cheska. How are you doing? I forgot. No, I have not had time. So I finished the stream on Tuesday and went straight to bed. And then yesterday I got home. I went straight back out to my mum's house to go and move furniture in a house. So I have not been at my computer since the end of my stream last night on Tuesday. So I will get that done. You need to get an IT specialist to fix it. Yeah, probably. No, it's something weird. So Stream Elements doesn't like the bot typing in the message. I don't know why. It's really odd. But it works, so I'm not gonna faff. I will get a chance to work on it again soon. So we're just gonna have to put up with it. But at least it reminds people they've got a sound effect. You know, it works. What? There we go.
Another month, another sub.
Another month, another sub. Thank you so much, Walrusky. You are an absolute champ. Lightning, thank you for the hydrate. That is very nice. I think I should have done the sound effect for the subs. No, I don't get that hype about anything. Yes, reminder to everyone, there is Iceberg Synth merch. You too could have, I don't know, where's the logo on the normal thing? It's like down here somewhere, I think. You too could have a bearded iceberg on a mug, or a t-shirt, or a hoodie, or many things of your choice. Yes. Speaking of, here's one I prepared earlier. There we go. Speaking of hyped, guess who's no longer going for a lovely trip to Glasgow this weekend? Me. I'm not going to Glasgow. My God. My God. Yo! Oh, yo. Oh dear. Genuinely thought your self-promote text in the J3 channel said Assassin's Creed Real Estate Manager. You got excited, didn't you, Gregory? You got excited.
Got him!
Thank you so much, Lightning, for playing that. Sounds like a much better game than this, to be fair. Well, rude. 22 months and still no brownies. Still no brownies. You still haven't came north. Gotta come up here. Yeah, there we go, Sash. The bot does kind of it tells you that you've got a sound effect, but Stream Elements is being that way inclined. So yeah. Does that mean you can get brownies later this month? Remind me about it, Walrusky, and we can make that happen. But you can't tell Sash. You can't tell Sash. She... Sash can't know. She can't know. Just full stop. And even make him post me some. No, not for you. Make sure you watch We'll Eat Them first, though. And don't tell him what he puts them in. You sure it's already a secret? It is, absolutely. No, Siri, go away. Nobody asked you. Sausage.
I want your bets.
I want your brownies. Quick, come up north, Lightning. And you can have some brownies.
I want brownies.
Oh, that took way too long to play. Oh, what is that? Yeah. Oh, hi! And also, ooh. How far up north? All the way north. All the way north. I see, I live in the same kind of area as Martin from up north, and he can confirm it's all the way up north. Where you live again? Nowhere near a train line. That's where I live. Up north. You thought Tin was from the Southlands? Is Tin? Is Tin Sauron? Yes. It's so far up north that north itself is a void. Yeah, there's north, and then you go up a bit more. Lightning's up north this year, so you might be close. Maybe. We all live in the scary Northlands, which is full of weird people who speak in weird accents nobody can understand. Also known as Scotland. No, there's... Oh, good, oh, good, oh, good. Let's open the game up that's been sat there waiting. Sat there waiting. So far north that north is actually south. That is absolutely correct, Gregory. Can't believe you got it. Got it in one. Is this going to pause the music? No, it's not, because I'm going to have to use my mobile phone. Imagine being in the north and not being far south. There we go. Anything furthest down than Penrith is south. It is. It is. Also, hi, Greggy Pooh Bear. Oh, hello. You might as well live in the sea. I mean, you might as well live in France, mate, for all that means. Weirdly, you are from very south. We shouldn't be friends. No, Sash, we shouldn't be, and yet you're still here. Penrith is where you have to get a train to meet Will and Tin. It is literally in the middle of nowhere. Weirdly enough, Penrith is like the largest town in the county. You think that's in the middle of nowhere? Wait until I take you to any village anywhere. South Gang for life. Sash is halfway up the UK now. May as well build bridges. Where did Tin? You could always ban Sash. That's one. You have no power in this chat when Sash is here. Absolutely not. You might make it north one day. Well, stop breaking bones, and you'll probably make it. Do it. Jessica will just unban everyone. Absolutely. Anyways, what have people been up to today? Today, this week? Got plans for the weekend? I will at some point, I will do it. Don't mock me. I shall do it. At least someone is on our side. Indeed. There's an arrow in him. Sergeant Martin's dominatrix. Yes. Yes. Jessica dyed her hair reddy orange and had her weekend plans cancelled. She was going to make it all the way up to Glasgow. I'm very busy at work as of yesterday. Got the year 6 list for this coming September's year 7 pupils. And you are the head of transitions. Well. Gregory, I'm surprised that you even know what one of those is. And yes, apparently in a remote fashion. Indeed. Gregory accidentally saw a documentary. Nice. What am I getting notifications for? Yeah, I'm getting asked whether my boss is subscribed. I mean, surely he should know if he's subscribed or not. You'll have to let me know what it was called so I can watch it for science, obviously. Duly sleeps over. Or science. There's this documentary on an X-rated site. Craig would never do that. Never do that, Tin. Not in this Christian Minecraft server. You want this to be your specialised field for your PhD? All the research purposes? Absolutely. Greetings, Effendi. How's it going on Constantinople? It is going. It is going. We are hoping to get this finished soon so I can move on to a better game. I am very salty from just one mission in particular. No, stop pressing right click. It is... Where's it gone? Is it that one? That one. That one. I'll swap it over so you can see it. Alright, well, you're going to work because you've got content to sort out for tomorrow. Hope you have fun. No worries, Lightning. You have fun sorting your content out, and yeah. Absolutely not. Tin. Absolutely not. Cheska votes for more Zelda. Of course you do. Well, you didn't answer my question in the Discord. Whether you wanted me to make some... make a bit of a highlight reel. You vote for Breath of the Wild Master Mode Permadeath. Nope, can't copy you, Gregory. Not when that's your new specialised thing after you gave up on renders. Absolutely, indeed. My microphone is in the way. On the microphone, the arm. Right. Time to try and remember what the buttons are. There, I replied. Happy now? Yes, now I'm happy. Somebody else replied. Oh, it's scrolling stuff again. Oh, all the burps. I can taste the McDonald's. See the McDonald's. Taste the Donald's. Oh dear. You're doing quite fine, fortunately. You're just 24 levels away from getting 300 XP on Minecraft. Nice. That is very, very nice. You got McDonald's and didn't drop me off a cheeseburger at least. So rude. I drove past your house. That counts. My God. Where even am I? There. No. Over there.
You are welcome.
You are welcome. Well, screw you too. Thanks so much for the sub, Starzark. Hope you are having a nice, lovely chill evening after the absolute poop show at work today. Although you actually missed what I can only describe as the best interaction we've ever had as a team. And I don't think it's ever going to be topped. No idea what you're on about. You spent 99% of your day in a meeting. I mean, that's every day, mate. Just... I did not want to jump into that. But alright. Yeah, no, you spent 90% of your day in meetings, however, that didn't stop everything else from... Oh, did not mean to do that. Oh, look. A witness. Oops. Were they meetings that could have just been an email? 100% all of them. is the gist of that one. So, story time. We were sat just waiting for the day to end because, you know, it just drags on sometimes. And I took my AirPods off charge, and as I always do, every single time I do it, I dropped the AirPods case, and the AirPods just kind of flew out the top and just flew away. I was told I should probably get some kind of case that, you know, protects them and stops them being quite so slippery. So I, you know, started... Dregs like these. No. And, you know, so... Another colleague has a case on his AirPods and suggested that I get something like that, except that it attracts dust on it like there's no tomorrow. So, you know, I can't possibly have one like that. They'll just be dusty all the time. So I started looking at some cases, and I started looking at some to match my phone case. And, you know, my case is made by a company called Mouse. They're not cheap. They're not the most expensive either. But another colleague laughed and kind of went, you know, maybe you should get something decent. Sod Mouse. I got it because it fits on the phone mount that I've got in the car, and it's all nice, it's all magnetic, and it's nice. Fits, works, everything. Now, we found out from another colleague that they store all their cards not in a wallet, like bank cards, but they store it in their phone case. everyone's mind goes to those little flip cases that have the little, you flip it open, there's all your cards, you can put some cash in there as well. No. You hold the phone up and a little thing slides off to the side. Alright. Now, why does he store them in the back of his phone? A smartphone. He stores them in the back of his phone so that he can use contactless and hold his phone to the thing and it goes beep. Now this had us in fits of laughter, and obviously we spent a good 5 minutes taking the piss of, excuse me, let's pause that. Please tell me you told him. Just so he doesn't use Android Pay because it just takes too long. Of course, cue the confusion of, how does it take too long? Surely you just hold your finger against the screen and that is it. Or, you know, you hold it up to your face and that's it authenticated. No. We found out that this man does not use Face ID. He does not use a fingerprint reader. He enters his 6-digit passcode in every single time he unlocks his phone. The second-hand embarrassment is unreal. No, Starzark. He is convinced. Who in the blue hell is this person? He has a brother in the department. And he calls himself an IT technician. He then proceeded to prove that entering his passcode in takes less time than using a fingerprint reader or Face ID. And then got his passcode wrong. Which made us all start laughing even more, to which Deadly Onion was on the floor crying. With us all proving that within half a second we had all of our phones unlocked. You thought using Face ID with masks took too long? No. But he doesn't use Android Pay because then he'd have to put his password in every single time just to get it turned on. So he stores his bank cards in the back of his phone in order to mitigate all of this and not you know, you're out, I'm done. So we found out that he's a boomer. Did you help him set up at least fingerprint? Please, he clearly needs help. No, he is beyond help. And yeah. So that was the end of our day. and yeah, I vowed to tell this story on stream because it couldn't go unrecorded. that a 20-something-year-old man uses a wallet phone case, not just to store his cards, but in order to use contactless without having to get his bank card out, carry a separate wallet, and still be able to pay with contactless. Just... No, they all just stood there and laughed at him clearly. Yes, he is fully aware how to set up fingerprint, the fingerprint unlock and Face ID and all those lovely things. No, he's old enough to be able to do this himself. Even Graham uses fingerprint to unlock her phone, and she doesn't even know how to text people. Indeed, she barely even knows how to FaceTime. It's... But yes, we all sat there and proved that holding your phone up like that and unlocking it with Face ID or using your thumb to unlock it, just so much quicker. She still picks up FaceTime and puts it near her ear. She does. Until you tell her, and then she does figure it out. She's good. She's good. I'll give her that. I don't know why this guy attacked me, but he attacked me. But yeah, no, that was story time. Turns out we have got a boomer in the office, and it's not the oldest man in the office. Only because Laura FaceTimes her like several times a day. I mean that is not by choice on most occasions. Right, I am gonna go and do this book because I think that's what I need to go and do. I had to go and buy that shop because looking lovely. Thank you so much, Nick. Sometimes you can see up a nose. Sometimes that's the only thing you can see. Ow. What are you doing? You're in my way. Oh, that isn't the way out. I thought I was so close to being out of here. But that is the end of story time. We got to take the absolute mick out of a friend. You need to go cast Avada Kedavra and contemplate life choices after that story. That's... We all had a good laugh, and you weren't there because you were in a meeting. So...
I am closing in on 1 year toucan.
You're playing this spidery place again? Earn your Thatch. It's alright, I'm here. I'll talk about all the big spiders that definitely aren't going to eat your face.
What do you make of this?
Oh, Ezio. Incredibile. Early Coptic bindings. Still in good shape. Amazing. This must be a 3rd century transcription of the original.
Sophia, what happened here?
Oh, that happens once or twice a year. People break in thinking they will find money. I do not keep much here, but this time...
And how bad is the spidery place, Sash?
It is a shame.
You keep working. I will find your painting.
Ezio, the thief could be anywhere by now.
If the thief came for money, but took a painting, it should be close by, eager to get rid of it.
Well, if you happen to find it within the next few hours, meet me by the airport. I will be running errands.
So far this one hasn't been too bad, or as bad to be fair. Nice. It's only when you see facial animations like this do you realize how horrifying they truly are and how they could be facial animations of nightmares compared to games out now. This was top of the line, mate.
Absolutely beyond my comprehension.
You couldn't get a better game than this. It was physically impossible. Alright, I went down. Not where I was wanting to go, but... Sure.
Did I just see that? I must be dying.
Yeah, when you're a spring chicken in your 20s. Indeed. The game was originally compatible with Windows XP. Where is this guy? Hello? Do I need to murder him or? Alright. No, turns out I did not need to murder him.
Confess.
I have done nothing. You cannot prove it.
I do not need to. I will just keep hitting you until you talk. I do not care how you got the painting. Just tell me where it is.
I mean, 10 minutes ago, 10 years ago,
How else will I feed myself?
XP was still very much a thing. Find the merchant who bought the painting. Ba 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 ba. You. Well, steered it without him noticing. No, I failed. Oh no! What a shame. Oh. She has a very good stance.
Boy. This was a gift from my father for my 28th birthday. I had to sit for Messer Albrecht Dürer for a full week. Can you imagine me sitting still for 7 days doing nothing?
I cannot.
Una tortura. So, I found you another book location. And it is not far from here, actually.
Another book. Oh no.
Ezio, what is this all about? You are not a scholar, that much is clear. Do you work for the church?
Not the church, no. But I am a teacher, of a kind. I will explain one day, Sophia. When I can.
Gotta go and collect a book. Find the book. How far away is this book? Because I don't want to run all the way there when I can fast travel. Nowhere? Hello? Where is the objective? Oh, it's right there. My word, I could have made most of the journey if I did not have to stop. Can't be all there. The man is clearly insane. Where is... Not enough money. Jump, 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 jump. And we'll accept that. There we go. Use your eagle senses to reveal somebody. Well. Recover the book. Respect. But I was always taught respect is earned, not given. Skip all the messages. And have any leveled up? You have armor. And you guys are still out. 43 seconds left. Lisbon is ours. Roads I can't do because it requires something. Big yawn. Start the mission with 95% success. Guarantee they fail. Because why would they not? Oh look, another book. Big yawn, big tired, although I am a wee bit chilly. I've had enough of outlanders like you. Okay. Bye-bye then. You know, I don't actually think we're that far off finishing this one. Fingers crossed. I'd say the most jarring thing about this game and the kind of face models is people's eyes. They don't quite fit.
What did you find? Another key?
Door of some kind, bricked up with hard stone.
Ah, promising. The first key was found behind a similar door.
Stimulus. And how did they open that door?
They did it. The earthquake did.
Iberoja. All we have are a few barrels of gunpowder.
This should do. And if it does not, we get more. Diablo! The assassin! Go! Go!
What? Don't take any damage. Well, that's...
You will not leave here alive!
Falling into the rapids will cause a desync. Alright then. The new cinema is opening on the 17th. You'll make sure to avoid Asda for a couple of weeks. I'd say it's probably more than a couple of weeks if I'm honest. Well, hello there, Mr. Hicks. You missed story time.
Don Petijame! No, no. He is here somewhere.
On your story time. Oh, that kind of lagged out a bit. What? Was not the way. Hey. Got your sound effect. And what kind of sound effect are you looking for there, Hicks?
He is here somewhere.
You reckon word would get around about how it's too expensive and too bougie, so everyone would just stick with you at the cinema. That, I would say that is more of that than this one. But in fact, people probably still stop going to that one because they caused so much of a fuss. The only reason they moved was because they didn't want to pay the rent.
Show yourself!
Socorte con bastardo!
That's because Bill raised the rent during COVID. Like they had customers to make money to pay the bills. They didn't have customers, but they wanted him to
Stand back! Give me some room!
take a break on payments, which there's not a lot of places even did.
He's behind us!
Never underestimate this madman!
A body!
The big problem with the Plaza, or whatever, the Gaiety Cinema, is the parking. Where do you park? You have to park in the middle of town, which has parking restrictions of an hour, or you have to pay to use the council car park and pay an absolute fortune for it. Yeah, you're not running away. Open all the chests. Or you can sneak into the gym, put your reg in there and hope they don't catch you. Pretty much. Oh yeah, I'm not the biggest fan of that cinema. I'm also not the biggest fan of who owns it as well. You didn't think it was too bad, but you don't drive, so it's easy for you to get in. You also live just around the corner from it. So it is genuinely a 5-minute walk for you to get there. Yeah, and? So even if you did drive, you'd still just walk it, you wouldn't drive there.
Well, I'll be.
Do it! Faster than el feet! Go! Damn it!
Ah, I've done it. Finally dead. Oh. Do not want to know how long I've been trying to do that. Climb, please. Don't get shot or knocked off. Look, you're gonna... look, have a good stream. No worries, 10. Thank you so much for stopping by. Enjoy your stream, and I will see you later. Did you know when you concentrate, you breathe loudly, as in me? No, I breathe loudly anyways. Yes, me. Well, rude. I can buy more houses. Where are they? I do need to sit down and have a play with the noise gate and noise suppression and stuff. It's not quite right for what I need it to be. Purchase the shop. But yeah, no, I always get told I breathe too loudly. Does this amuse you? Cheska? Does this amuse you?
Karnımı doyurabilmem için bir sikke beyefendi. Lütfen beyefendi. Sikke.
Weapons. Weapons. Horrendous weapons. Well, while you're at it, can you play around with the noise suppression of the world so it's super quiet and you don't have to listen to your neighbours or randos on the street? Triple glazing, Jessica, that's what you need. And those soundproof, sound padded stuff. But yeah, no, that noise gate is not set up correctly. That's quite annoying. Should not be able to hear me breathe. By the bank. You're not spending money on this flat. The landlords don't do anything, so you're not wasting your own money. Well, then you gotta put up with everything. Or put headphones on all the time. Withdraw some money.
Upon our continued business together.
Headphones hurt after a while. You need to find a pair that are actually comfy. Expensive ones are usually comfy.
I will unveil my private library to the public this Monday. You must buy my most
Get out of my way, peasant. So look, real estate manager. Got to increase that portfolio. Oh, don't start scrolling chat. It's just irritating. Your Templar status is now aware. Which does mean that they will start attacking not necessarily had beats and they were just as uncomfy as the £10 ones you got from Primark. That's because they were beats. The entire thing is you pay £300 for those headphones and they are made from £10 parts.
What a fantastic spectacle.
Ba 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 da ba ba ba. Climb over the wall, thank you. There we go. But it is part of the reason why I also said most hugely expensive ones. You just said expensive and they were like £200. Yeah. And you pay £200, they get £190 profit. Sony, the best headphones you've used. You've got those ones. Honestly, the best you've owned, around 180 € second hand. These are the best headphones that I've ever had. Well, these are the Steel Series. They stopped selling these particular ones, but it's called the Steel Series Arctis Nova Pro wireless, and they come with. You can swap the batteries out. I used to have the Arctis 5 for your PC. They're awesome. Absolutely, can confirm. Need to measure your ears and find out somewhere where you can actually see the headphones out of the box. Pretty much. Not many places that'll do those now. Oh dear. For hygiene reasons. As you know, prior to COVID, we did not care. CEX, totally not biased because you work there. Absolutely not. You absolutely unbiased, third party, trusted opinion. Don't yawn, you'll make me yawn. Well, now you're talking about yawning. So therefore, now I've got to start yawning. Headphones are usually fine. It's earphones where it gets iffy. Yeah, no, we just refuse to take headphones back. So once we hand them out, that's it. They are yours forever. Even when you leave, you get to keep them. How is it only 8? You want bed already? Oh, this was not where I wanted. What I wanted. Where's the travel person? There we go. Yeah, it is only 8 and absolutely ready for bed. We had a major outage of emails at 4:30 yesterday, and at 3:30 today we finally resolved everything with it, or rather everything that we know about. Yeah, you turned some away yesterday as well, full of ear gunk. How do you get ear gunk in your headset? It's and how do you think that's acceptable to just go, oh yeah, I'm just going to sell these on? Ain't nobody going to be buying those. Ain't nobody want to touch those. Not even that people were buying them, we've got to test it. Oh. You've actually got to test them. Oh. That's actually grim. And you actually take them off people. I am good. If I wanted an ear infection, I'd go and get my child's finger and shove it deep into my ear. When they're that bad, we don't even want to do just the visual inspection. Yeah, as I don't envy you at all. No, thank you. Run, 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 run. Yeah, when it's bad enough on the visual inspection, it's just no thank you. You take these back. We'll call you.
The Templars have retaken their archive on Cyprus. Abbas sent
In sort of all the states, some people can get even game cases. Is ridiculous. You've handled so many. This is sticky for an. Oh.
all our progress has been
Abbas must
answer to whom? The assassins obey only his command now.
desire for revenge and time. Speak truth and they will be
No. Just why is this sticky? I don't know.
cannot win back the order by honorable
Is not the answer that I want to hear. How do you even sell those? For like,
Years ago, I let passion overtake my reason.
surely people pick those up and just go, "Yeah, this is grim, mate. I'm not having this." Or do you have like a pile of cases that
reasonably, and reasonable men.
you have spare cases and wet wipes?
Not Abbas. I should have expelled him 30 years ago when he tried to steal the apple.
But you earn the respect of the other assassins because you let him stay.
How do you know this? You were not there.
I married a masterful storyteller.
You have wet wipes and anti-bac.
Yeah, the shadow
That
of
is.
himself,
Been away for a long time.
but not in hiding. The Mongol threat demanded our attention and we rode to meet it.
Oh.
What man here can say the same?
It really scares me the state that like people can put their phones into.
Know his brother is dead.
For example, glitter buttons just does not
Already.
clean her phone.
I almost
So occasionally I'll take pity and I'll take the case off
Wound is deep.
and find out the back of the phone is sticky. And just, why is this sticky?
these streets. I sense a great
What is this? Why is this?
Abbas has
Just-
destroyed this place and robbed it.
No. give me a wet wipe right now.
may be working.
This requires to be cleaned.
But we walk together.
We've given people cotton buds and antibac to clean their AirPods at the desk. I don't even want to know what state. AirPods. No, no, thank you. Like, earphones are definitely one of those ones that you don't buy secondhand. It's.
We seek the truth about our son's death. Why was Seth killed?
Is it the truth you want? Or an excuse for revenge?
If the truth gives us an excuse, we will act on it.
Surrender the apple, Altair, and I will tell you why your son was put
Hallo, was ist los?
Ah, the truth is out already. Abbas wants the apple for himself, not to
Everything is alright, I think.
but to control them.
You have
The,
held that artifact for
the bot is behaving itself, Daddy Union. Don't you worry. I've told Starzark of the
Very well, Abbas.
phone incident.
What?
Le bot.
Before I executed your son, I told him you ordered it yourself. He died, believing you had betrayed him.
Altair! Altair! No!
Death, so much death.
Strength. Altair.
Maria.
He is possessed! Kill him! Take the apple! No!
Well,
Stop that man!
I shall escape the area by killing everything. That's exactly how that works. How was your evening going, Deadly Union? Fingers crossed it's all good. Oh. I have escaped. Not bad at all. Not bad at all. That's good. All ready for the Valorants. Or is it another game for the game night? Gonna waltz into work tomorrow, throw your shoes in your manager's face and scream, "What a rush!"
Turn back! Gone mad? We have to go. Our boss must not get it.
Thank you so much, Turnst.
She's gone, Darim.
Take my prime.
Ahead of us!
Take my prime.
How? Come, stand with me.
Later. First, we fight. This way.
Oh,
Brothers, we need not fight.
Forget reason, Darim. They've been poisoned by lies.
escape the village with your son. Nice. Yeah, no, thank you so much for the prime sub, Turnst.
Must leave at once. Right now.
Stab, stab. Stab, stab. Stab, stab. Why are you up there?
Watch out!
Okay. No, where?
Always in the wrong place. No!
Why are you going this way?
We cannot let them catch us.
What? Literally ran off on his own. I don't know what you're supposed to. What you're expecting me to do there?
Why me? We must leave at once. Hurry! Watch out!
All right.
No! We cannot let them catch us. Was it a
Come on then.
killed my brother?
He killed your brother, Malik, and countless others.
He is a madman.
A madman with an army.
He will die. One day he will pay.
Ba, 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 ba. Stop moving.
Stand up!
Stab, stab. Just bouncing a knife off the building. Leave Masyaf through the front gate. Do it.
I will have the apple, Altair, and I will have your head for all the dishonor he brought upon my family. Run forever,
My God.
not from us, and not from your lies.
Maria. My love.
Do 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 do. Sequence 5 completed.
Excellent news, Claudia. I now have a name. Manuel Paleologos, nephew of the deposed Byzantine Emperor Constantine. I have few doubts that he is the man leading the Templars. My task now is to interrogate a traitorous janissary named Tarek Barletti and find the location of the Templars' army. Until then, Sophia and I will continue our search for the one key that remains hidden. With every passing moment,
We are one key away.
grow slimmer. And yet I cannot help but linger some days to stay an extra hour with her. To hear her voice and watch her face animate with joy as she speaks of the things that move her. Her books, her city, her memories. I cannot help but think what a shame it will be to find the final key.
Big shame. Super big shame. Biggest shame ever. Right. Oh look. I know. That is just a mission there. There's no blacksmiths around here. All the way back there. That's a shame, because I'm gonna have to go there. Before I go anywhere else, do anything else, I require weapons of mass destruction. Do you have some monies for me? No. No, you do not. I don't understand, but okay.
Metal is made into fine art.
Repair. I keep pressing escape. I need to press the right click. Armor. Get some metal spaulders. And now I've got no money. Nice. Sicilian rapier. 23,000. Oof. So it's the Sicilian rapier is what I want on there. The new one is Bayezid's knife, I think. No. Kurdish and spear. Yeah, and that's all. It's so a good new weapon, at the very least. Once I get paid by my real estate fortune. Jump, 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 jump. Jumpity, jump, jump, jump. Oop. Time to play chess.
That's not a legal move. It is a European variation. Aroko. It's interesting, but not exactly fair when you play by different rules than your opponent. You may think differently when you are Sultan. Shall I take it back? Suleiman, I know it has been hard on you watching your father and me quarrel over Bayezid's throne. Grandfather has chosen you, and his word is canon. What is there to argue about? Your father and I were close once, but his cruelty and ambition have made... I have heard the rumors, Uncle. Well, I have a meeting with the Vizier soon. Shall we continue another time? Whenever you like. Ezio.
Tarek has been selling guns to a local miser, Manuel Paleologos.
Paleologos. That is a sad sound. The last Byzantine emperor was Constantine Paleologos. If his heir is arming a militia of some kind, this conflict will escalate.
Tarek knows where the rifles are headed. If I find him first, I can follow the weapons straight to the Byzantines.
He will be with his Janissaries in their bases. So if you want to get close, you will have to be one yourself.
I think you'll meet Manuel soon.
Not a problem.
Güzel.
I am sure I will. You
Then
had
kill him.
a story about Manuel last time I played this, didn't you?
You sure?
I can't quite remember.
You told me Tarek and your father were close friends, Suleiman.
This is true, but such naked treason against my grandfather deserves death.
In Daisy.
Well, it is. I just need to make a very quick change. There we go. And acquire a Janissary disguise. The guy tried to take the throne by any means necessary and sold his own title to Spain to see if they would mount an effort. They just quietly let it slide and took it. Nice. I remember that there were some facts. I just couldn't quite remember. I am not great at remembering things. And please, any of the facts that do pop up, please let us all know, because it is always nice to learn something new. Hence, the King of Spain would be the legitimate Roman Emperor. That's... Again, one of those interesting facts you never would have thought about.
My patience is wearing thin.
Kill the isolated Janissary without being detected.
My patience is wearing thin.
He's not isolated, is he?
Brothers, aid me! Keep your hands where I can see them.
Stop picking fights with everyone. Pick up the body and hide it in a haystack. Nice and easy. Look at that. Okay. There we go. Perform an air assassination.
Selim understands our plight.
Oh. Assassinate a target from a hiding spot. Okay.
Only he
Oh.
has the courage to face these threats.
Haklısın. Selim is a warrior, like Osman and Mehmet.
Excuse me.
So why has our Sultan
It's you.
chosen a
Follow them.
path over
Come
our
on.
lives? A killer stalks our streets without conscience. Ahmed shares the Sultan's calm temperament. They are too much alike, I fear.
Have dedicated their lives to the protection of the Empire. Return
Fine.
the favor and find
I will
before he strikes.
do the walking myself.
Dark tidings, citizens of Constantinople. A servant of our Sultan has fallen at the hands of a criminal and been stripped of his garments. Be on the lookout for any suspicious activity.
Well,
You are not wanted here. Leave. Yazıklar olsun.
beat him up. Fair enough. What did he do? Don't care.
My respects to the glorious Janissaries.
Get out of here, you annoying bird.
Why does Ahmed linger in the city? He knows he's not wanted.
He is like a moth hovering around an open flame, waiting for his father to perish, so that he may step to the throne.
Did you hear? He offered Tarek a sum of money in exchange for our loyalty.
God damn him! What did...
Kardeşlerim, one of our own was found murdered and stripped of his garments not an hour ago. His body dumped like a mound of rubbish. Keep a close watch on these streets as you move about. Someone is planning to strike in our name. We must be ready.
We must be ready. But he's right there.
He is a good man and a kind sultan. He has lost the fire that made him great.
No, he's still a fighter. Look at the army he has raised against Selim.
This is further evidence of his decline. To take up arms against his own son? Shameful.
Gotta wait for that group of them to come back through.
But Selim didn't
And then I get to join in.
not himself.
Hey, would it not be obvious that I'm the imposter since I have a massive slash down the front of the mask?
Wait, please! You there! Stop!
What? Rude. Incredibly rude. That I definitely wasn't caught at all. Don't believe you.
Have you met Selim's young son, Shehzade Suleiman?
Not
I'll say, what is going on
I
there?
have seen him. I know he is a remarkable boy.
Not a boy, but a capable young man with a magnificent mind.
Does he take after his father? No, I respect
Just blend in over here. Nope, come on. Hello? Blend. It won't blend. Um... Hello?
Stop! I want to talk to you! How is your brother doing? Must be hard
There we
losing
go.
a foot like that. I mean, it must be hard losing a foot by any means. But with such a disgusting virulent infection.
Kinda hoping this is the way to go. As if not. There we go. One step closer. Oh, hello. You saw nothing. There we go.
A message for you.
Auriculade. The rifles have arrived in Cappadocia, where Manuel has garrisoned his army.
And our men? Are they still with him?
Evet. They will contact us when the Byzantines decamp. Then we will meet them when they reach Bursa.
Everything is falling into place, Effendim.
Evet. For once.
Kill him. And it says to air assassinate him, but I was going to say, do not dare say desynced, because
Bitter irony. Is this the result of Suleiman's sophistication?
You collude with the Sultan's enemies. What did you expect would come of such treachery?
I blame myself. Not for treason, but hubris. I was preparing an ambush. Preparing to strike the Byzantine Templars where they felt safest.
What proof do you have of this?
See, here. This will lead you to the Byzantines in Cappadocia. Destroy them if you can.
You are Tarek. Forgive me.
Protect my homeland, assassin. Allah Ashkila. Redeem the honor we have lost in this fight.
oh no, killed the wrong Pathan. Stomped on his face and everything.
I am getting tired of this uniform.
There we go. Ow. Say goodbye to your face. Come on then. Oh. Here we go. Murder, murder, murder. There we go. Destroy you. There we go. Dead. Do 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 do. I found him. Come here. How about... No. Right, can you grab onto that ledge there at you? No? Don't want to do that? Fine. Alright, let's...
Hey, no, that wouldn't happen to be. Hey, citizen! I want to talk to you. You there! Stop.
Can I not shoot them?
Hey, citizen! I would speak with you. You will not get away! Not a good idea! Oh, poor old fellow had a fall! Stay there! Now! Now! Hit him!
Yeah, that...
Your final torment will linger!
That guy's got my weapon. I kind of need that back.
Get back! Don't shoot him! You're the man who catches him! Not getting past me.
Not getting past me gets past you.
Think you can run through this wall?
Why don't we go borrow the money then? Is that bad?
Bye, guys.
Don't. Please help me now. Just don't. Can't believe. Time to go visit my uncle.
You run like a girl.
Please help me now. This should be amusing.
I don't want to die. Help!
Something about that cloak.
Do not kill me.
Know your bed. I've got to get out of here.
What? They don't know where I am. Fine, up on the roof we go. Oh no. Become anonymous. I'm trying to. He won't hide. Bet you they absolutely do not know where you are. Stab the other guy. No. As in... Stab. Thank you.
Perhaps I should leave the room. Tito Diavolo, just leave me in peace, please.
Ow.
Salamun alaikum, good champions. If you spare me, I will sacrifice 2 goats in them.
I just... Right, so I can hide in here, right? Nope. Do I actually go and have to go and murder these ones specifically? Because like the Terminator, they will not stop until they've found me, apparently. Why? Yeah, so now these guys are going to start attacking me, and they've got a Janissary as well. Should have just killed them all, shouldn't I? Come on. Come on. And... no, still no. Stop trying to shoot me. It's not going to work. Where is my gun? There we go. Oh, so it's those two specifically. Ow.
I seem to recall several were indisposed when we last did the rounds.
God, protect me!
Come on.
We should practice on the next one. We had a suspected plot die under questioning. Hard, just like that strange infidel knight. Remember him? Now that was a sorry-looking whore. Won't be selling her goods for
Spartan bomb, smoke screen, smoke screen.
Must be hard losing a foot like that. It must be hard losing a foot by any means, but with such a disgusting, purulent infection.
Another cell sword.
What happened with that Italian whore, anyway? Come on, don't give me that innocent crap. We're brothers, right? I am sure God will punish
What? Ezio. First off, he just threw his axe towards somebody, hit them in the face, and then he refused to pick it up. So now I'm trying to... He still doesn't have it. Why don't you have it? Let's just escape the area, but... Then... Stop with that. Then you can't...
We cross so many dumb spots on the road. It's like everywhere you look, you get
Oh, how are you shooting me through the floor? What? Through the floor! My word. I wouldn't mind, but I don't have a proper weapon. I've got the small knife that doesn't actually do any damage.
I may be expensive, but my goods are... Vagelis, Ramun. I've done nothing wrong. Don't hurt me. Now!
Stop trying to shoot me. Stop moving. There we go. Right, now that you've just watched me murder a lot of people, you should surely give me something for cheap. So it's the Sicilian rapier that I want. I need a bank, which is over here. Go and empty the bank account. Just to buy a sword. Sounds like real life. I require that sword. That shall be several $1,000s. Well. Right. Fingers crossed I can't throw this one. Yeah, I'm not dealing with that again.
Heretic, blasphemer, sinner.
You didn't see nothing.
Ah, what an athlete.
Oh, there we go. Right, can I...
I'm not part of this.
Run for your lives! Mercy! Mercy! I have done nothing!
Will you just attack me with your sword? Stop trying to shoot me. Because now I'm just going to do this.
I'm not part of this.
I am not involved!
What's that guy's hand?
I'm only visiting! I don't know what's going on! Just let me live!
Okay. So let's go and get to this main mission. Again, we're trying to get as much of this done as possible because we want to be playing a different game. I'm not gonna lie, I'm actually looking forward to playing Assassin's Creed 3. Stop chasing me. Yep, you can't see me. Oh, it's annoying that you can't hire them. Like, mid thing. Oh, yeah, we do need to go this way.
I'm not part of this.
Thank you. Thank you for assassinating him.
Not just your life.
Oh.
If I can help others as you have helped me, I most certainly will.
Oh, the mission's in a highly restricted area. Why would you do that, Ezio? Why would you do that? Oh. Bearer of mixed tidings. Speak with Suleiman. Okay. Let's not go that way. Infiltrate it unseen. How am I supposed to?
That could be him. Best have a closer look.
Yes, she did lose sight of him.
What would make a man? Of course, honor is involved.
There we go. Look at that. Didn't even kill anybody. Accidentally stabs Suleiman. Ah, no.
Later, Suleiman. He too was tracking the Byzantines.
What? So did you...
I'm sorry.
God forgive me. Should not have been so quick to judge.
He was loyal to your grandfather to the end. And through his efforts, we have the means to save your city.
Tariq,
You have failed this city.
what a terrible way to do a good thing.
The weapons were
I just need to make him green.
Can you get me there?
Yes, of course.
Give him a bow and arrow.
Ship to take you.
Suleiman, I have been set up and made to look a traitor. Do you remember Tariq, the Janissary?
The man you quarreled with?
He's been murdered. It is no secret that he and I were at odds. Now the Janissaries will accuse me of this crime.
This is terrible news, Uncle.
When word gets back to my father, he will banish me from the city.
You failed this city. You failed this city with sausage rolls. Indeed.
This is Marcello, one of my European advisors in Cafe.
Buonasera.
Marcello, my nephew and I have a private matter to discuss.
As I said, there will be a ship waiting for you when you wish to leave.
Grazie, mio principe.
We will track down the perpetrator of this crime, Uncle. Have patience.
Have patience, you have just met him. Leave the palace unseen.
After you.
Come with me. Ta-da! I have finished. I did it. Oh, now I can't. Now I can't get out of the water. Get out of my way. Where am I going? Oh, I need to go and get the book, don't I? Faction you are following you has been lost. What a shame. What a shame. Where's the tailors? Is there a green outfit?
He'll get himself killed.
he'll get himself killed. Maybe. You never know. Janissary green. That is the best one. There we go. I just need to rename him Oliver Queen. Give him a bow and arrow. Get down from there. Oh my word. Just... I don't want to jump on people's faces. It's not how we do things, Ezio. You can just trip people up. That's, again, not how this works.
Enjoying the poem?
Who were these men he condemned to hell?
Political opponents.
No, save the jumping on face to the professional. Save it for the professionals. They're trained for that kind of thing. Yeah, I had people ask for it, so... You know.
I plan to make a trip to Andrianople in a few weeks to visit a new printing press there.
That should be fun.
It is a 5 or 6 day ride from here. And I will need an escort.
Prego.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Rude.
You are a busy man.
Sophia, I would love to accompany you.
So rude.
My time is running short.
That is true for all of us. Well, I can try to solve this last code now, but I need to run an errand before sundown. Can you wait a day?
What do you need?
It is silly, but a bouquet of fresh flowers. White tulips.
You can't just assume that about a woman. She might just be a little bloated.
Are you sure?
She's wanting an escort.
Bene. Meet me in the and we will trade. Flowers for information.
It sounds like somebody's just died. I should check it out, but... Nah, I don't hear screaming. They'll be alright. You can order them online nowadays, just gotta avoid the sketchy sites, because they never look like the pictures. I mean, how do you define a sketchy site, Treska? It's almost like you know. Have you been trying to hire an escort? Stop jumping in the hay bales.
You look like a man with
I mean, I don't know. I'm not that desperate as to hire somebody to accompany me to friends' weddings so they don't look too lonely.
Forgive me, but I am fresh. Something else, perhaps.
It is not my call, unfortunately.
All right, listen. I may know where to get fresh tulips. You wait here, and I will return. 1 hour, 2 at most.
I am not waiting an hour.
Oh. No. It's all been pure research. Scientific research, that's the one. Excuse me, sir, you definitely weren't looking up. Don't try and pretend you were. Hello. I am not up here. I am not following you. Don't worry. Oh. All for scientific research purposes, nothing else. Pick 3 white tulips. Is this a tulip? That is a tulip. He was far too anxious looking to not be constantly looking over his shoulder and up at the roofs. I mean, you couldn't see me, right? Just guy running across a beam on the roof. That's not going to stand out like a sore thumb, is it? Right? Right? Meet with Sophia to deliver the flowers she requested. Fair enough. Do. Oh, this way. Most unrealistic part of it is that it didn't slip on bird poop or make something creak. Nothing's old enough in this game to start creaking. I mean, minus Ezio himself, because he's fairly old. Run through the graveyard to find her just having a small picnic right on the outskirts of a graveyard. What?
Sit.
She said sit, not lie down. Wood always creaks regardless of age.
For letting me play a small role in your adventure.
A small role is enough for this adventure, believe me.
You are a mystery, Ezio Auditore.
Mi dispiace. I do not mean to be.
It is fine. È affascinante.
Well.
Squisito.
Why, thank you.
Any luck with the final code?
Ah, the code, see. I solved it many hours ago. You will get it soon enough.
Well, then it's you. And just give him the information he wants. I was tired an hour ago, and it is now an hour later, and now I'm even more tired. I would like to go to sleep. Oh, I've got to stop playing to yawn. It's painful. Whoops. Assist the citizen. Right, can I go all the way around here? Nope. Stabbity stab. So you're definitely not counting down the seconds until you can reasonably go to bed without waking up at 5 AM. Yes, and then you'll still wake up at 5 AM regardless.
You would have me. I will join your cause.
Lying there going, but why? Why you do this to me? So they're going, but Brain, you had one job. One job alone. Sucks being an early bird, just wanting a lie-in. No, what are you doing? Accept. Over there. Over there. That is where it is. Recover the book. And then we got to go and do a little temple-y thing. And then that should be it. And that should be the game finished. And then I can maybe end the stream early. And then start making a change to the stream. And then get severely distracted. And then look at the time. And then realise that it's 3 o'clock in the morning. And promise myself that I'm never going to do it again. And then do it the next day. That's definitely not how that works. What will you cover the book in? Was it covered in... What was it covered in? Because if it needs recovered, then clearly it wasn't well made. Fair enough. Ow. I broke my armor. I do. I was thinking, like, papyrus might be a good shout. Did you know there are books out there that were bound in human skin? It would not surprise me if somebody did that. No one is allowed up here, apart from me. I'm allowed up here. Says who? Me. It was me. I said that. Apparently it lasts a good while because there's some of the oldest books that are in good enough quality to still read. Nice. Screaming, I don't want to die, running towards some guards. It's not a good look. If there's like an extra part of the map to this entire game, I'm not gonna be happy because I'd like for this to end. Please. Please finish. Oh, hello. What is this? I'm a very wet Ezio. That, that wasn't rendered particularly well. Search the lighthouse for a Masyaf key. You do hope they didn't waste the whole human there. It'd be a waste if they didn't use the meat for something. And the bones would probably make a good coffee table. Probably. Probably pretty sturdy as well. It's a really good mechanism. Open the grate and the entire well drains. The entire well being this entire massive cave. Just... I'm sorry, what? Bow, bow. Hot. Those blocks are not big enough to displace that much water. Well, failed that straight away. Oh. Oh look, we're going to displace another 17 billion tons of water with some Rubik's cubes. You know, these are quite sophisticated mechanisms for, you know, being made out of solid rock. How deep is this cave? Oh look, we found the floor. Jumpity, jumpity, jump, 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 jump. What? That's not how that works. What? Oh look, this highly sophisticated mechanism. Let's just kick it. What could possibly go wrong? No. Where's the rock? There is the rock. Thank you, Ezio, for being absolutely pathetic. No. Can I just jump for that? Yes. Yes, I can apparently. This is the last Masyaf key. No. 4 or 5. So there's another Masyaf key. Nice. Oh, don't just run off. Oh no, they all just died. I don't know what possibly happened. Somebody tell a guard. Oh, let's save the citizens up there. Nope. I am not doing that one.
You better have the metal to challenge these fists.
You better have the metal to challenge these fists. What a quote. Run, 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 run. Do 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 do.
They say he screams in his sleep, calling out for his father.
Abbas, what a miserable man.
It is not our place to judge.
It certainly is. If our master has gone mad, I would like to know.
Shh. Good evening.
Water. Of course. Sit.
Many thanks.
Is he Al-Mualim's son? He looks very much like him.
Pity Abbas. Do not mock him. He has lived as an orphan
No, I'll tell you.
his life, shaped by his family's legacy.
Maybe? I don't know.
He is desperate for power because he is powerless.
He is our mentor. And unlike Al-Mualim or Altair, he never betrayed us.
Nonsense. Altair was no traitor.
He was driven out. Unjustly.
Is it you? I heard the rumors, but I did not believe them.
I wonder if I might speak to Abbas myself. It's been a long time.
Impossible. Abbas uses rogue Fedayeen to keep us from the castle.
Fewer than half the fighters here are true assassins.
So,
My God.
where do I begin?
With us.
It is Altair. Okay. Nice. Do not kill anyone except Abbas and his captains. Alrighty then. That's getting failed straight away.
Men are cruel. Has anyone raised his blade against an innocent?
Alas, yes. Brutality seems to be their sole joy.
Then they will die, for they have compromised the order. But those who still live by the creed must be spared.
You can trust in us.
Are we gonna move this slowly the entire way?
About Abbas and his nightmares?
No. Altair.
What about him?
People say an old assassin saved the life of a merchant down in the valley. They say he fought with a hidden blade.
Rumors. I don't believe it.
True or not?
Oh, double blade.
Abbas. He is sick with paranoia.
You make me ill.
Yes. Nice.
Altair is here. In the village? Send word to the castle quickly. Assassins! To me!
Do 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 do. What was that? Meh.
Do not want to get him killed.
And well,
Nothing. You pathetic miser. Stand down or die.
Follow me to the castle. And spill no blood if you can help it.
I just walk incredibly slowly. Guarantee I can't even climb. I'll tell you, why are you so old? Oh.
Altair, 2 decades have passed since we last saw you within these walls.
Yep, and guess what? You're still gonna see me walk in.
We could use your wisdom. Now more than ever.
Oh. Turncoat. Nice. Oh, hello there.
Kill him! Kill him now! What are you waiting for? You fools! He has bewitched you!
Our mentor has returned!
Oh, you're all just gonna let me go? Oh, nice. Okay.
I fight for you. For the order. Guide my blade. Welcome home. Altair.
Your presence honors me.
Betrayer!
You die!
Always
Die!
Together for victory, mentor.
There we go. Stabby stab. Stabbity stabbity stab 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 stab. Sorry. I got carried away.
Your men to stand down.
No! I am defending Mashaf. Would you not do the same?
You corrupted everything we stand for and lost everything we gained. All of it sacrificed on the altar of your own spite.
And you! You have wasted your life staring into that apple, dreaming of your own glory.
That is true, Abbas. I learned many things from the apple. Of life and death. Of the past and the future. Let me show you.
Well. He invented a gun before there were guns.
I can never forgive you, Altair. The lies you told about my family, my father, the humiliation I suffered.
They were not lies, Abbas. I was 10 years old when your father came to see me. He was in tears, begging to be forgiven for betraying my family. Then he cut his own throat. I watched his life ebb away at my feet. I will never forget that image.
No.
Bit extreme.
But he was not a coward, Abbas. He reclaimed his honor.
I hope there is another life after this one. Then I will see him and know the truth of his final days. And when it is your time, we will find you. And then there will be no doubts.
Hey,
Who's there?
are you still sleeping?
What's he doing?
What's he
You still sleepy?
An old man, and still he fought to hold our brotherhood together. I would have called him stubborn in my youth, but now I can only admire his courage. The assassins were his life, from beginning to end. He had no other.
Yeah. Sleepy. Go, Luna.
Oh.
You sleepy? Bye-bye. Bye-bye. I got out of the way with the hand. Where am I going? All the way over there. Meh. I've got to go and repair my armor because Ezio just can't do as he's told, apparently. Let's go. Janissary's Kijil. Nope. Armor. Get some braces and some greaves. 10,000. What? What? Where is the bank? Do 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 do. Go to the bank. What possessed me to do that? You. You did. Money. Give me money. Give me the money. All of the money. Money, money, money. Must be funny when you've got it. We can save some money on the repairs with buying those. And if we repair all... I don't know if that actually cost anything, but oh well. Right. Next up. Either we need to decide to fast travel. No, there's no point fast traveling. I just need to go to the docks and travel across the water. Without my help, you'll never be able to pay the dog. Is that what she just said? I'm fairly sure that's what she just said. Why would you jump down there and not across the gap? You know, like a normal... Ezio, what is wrong with you? Oh, it's gonna hurt. Yes, I wish to travel across the water.
Sayun Auditore. Word around the city is you're leaving us.
Is nothing I do a secret.
Not to worry, brother. The captain of your ship is a friend, but neither of you are going anywhere just yet. The Janissaries have raised the chain
Meh.
across the mouth of the Halij and ordered a full blockade until you are caught.
Me specifically.
We will celebrate later. Here, I have something for you. Careful. This has 50 times the kick of our usual bombs.
Do not kill anybody with blades.
I know what to do.
Alrighty then. Does that look like there was a flamethrower?
Wait. Un favore.
Yes?
There is a woman running a bookshop at the old Polo trading post. Sophia. Look out for her. She is a remarkable lady.
You have my word.
Gather your men. This will attract some attention.
No, not possible. Impossible.
What's he doing? Out for a little walk? Hold a moment. Hey, Yamanju.
Oh, hello. Come on, assassins. Press to interact, place the bomb, and just casually walk away. Cue the Great Escape. Not the Great Escape. The Italian Job. You're only supposed to blow the bloody doors off.
Waiting to stop your boat. You take care of them. We will clear the docks.
No, no, down.
Darling.
Yum. Stop shooting my boat. There we go. Yeah. Now how am I gonna set everything on fire? Oh, my boat is on fire. Oh. There's a lot going on. Okay, can you jump on the stuff? Oh, hello. I mean, you can't really stop me because your boat is on fire.
Yours is not a subtle approach.
See, sorry for the delay.
Don't kill anybody with blades. I didn't kill anybody with blades. Oh, I did. I did. Oh well. I forgot.
Say night. Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Night.
You know something, don't you?
Hello.
You know what's out there.
You say night.
Bye bye.
Bill, you never do anything. What do you think we'll find?
If we're lucky, another prize. If we're very lucky, something that'll end this miserable war.
You're talking over my head, mate.
Listen, Sean, I have no idea what we're going to find. But I do know that whatever it is...
No.
Oh yeah.
Oh, am I awake now?
Do you regret anything, Desmond?
Like what?
Running away? Leaving your parents behind, finding a shit job and pretending to be productive? What's it like spending your whole life avoiding hard decisions?
Quite nice.
Come on. Sure, you're an assassin, but it wasn't your choice.
Do you have a point?
I want to know if you regret anything.
Sure. I wish I'd been more patient with my parents. I wish I'd listened. And Lucy. Maybe things could have been different if I'd... I'm not sure.
I'm not sure.
For what?
For making sense.
Oh no. You done gone.
Sean, you feeling okay?
I don't really know what these...
I'm fine. Yeah. We're assassins, after all, aren't we, eh? Why should we be surprised if one of us dies every now and again?
Every death is a tragedy to somebody somewhere.
What I want to know is...
Oh, that... okay.
worth all this trouble, you know? What is he? Is he the chosen one? Is that it? Little Jimmy Special? Some bollocks like that?
I'm afraid not. What he has is rare. His genes contain high concentrations of first civilization DNA. Only about 1 in 10 million are so lucky.
Oh, the bleeding effect. Is that part of it?
I believe so. I wish I could say we knew about his gift earlier. But it was the Templars who realized this. And they found him first.
They found him first. Yes, they did. That's a shame. Okay, is that loaded? No, apparently I'd walked into the light and hadn't actually entered the loading zone.
To a region called Cappadocia, where Manuel is training his soldiers.
Where Manuel?
If I am lucky, I will know.
Oh, hello, Manuel.
There may be Ottoman spies in the area waiting to strike. But, as ever, I put stock only in myself, and hold the memory of dear Sophia close to my heart. Claudia, you would laugh to hear the racing thoughts of your brother now. I have come to admire Sophia with more affection than I thought possible. After the death of Christine,
It is not possible.
something withered in me. But that feeling, that capacity for love, has returned. I adore Sophia, but dare not drag her into this life of mine. Not without fear of hurting her, or driving her away.
Ba, ba, ba. It's amazing how well he's writing without that pen touching the paper. This does not look like an entirely new area that I've got to explore and buy new shops and everything in.
Evidence of army here, and no signs of Tyler's men.
They're all hiding. Don't get detected. No promises. New items unlocked at the bookshops. There's no blacksmiths. What it? What? Is there a blacksmith in here? Am I going to get annoyed? There's an entire city. Alright, where I'm able to buy more shops. Thanks, game. I love you too. Buy all of the things. Jump. Thank you. Is there a blacksmith in here? No, of course not. Everything but a blacksmith. Oh, the idea is not to get... Oh. The idea is not to get caught. Is he thin? No, no, he is not. What is my objective? All the way up there. What? Yes, here you are. Person, you clearly want to climb this here horrendously built thing in the middle of the town and climb all the way up it. Of course, that's what I want to do. V to synchronize. Does that mean there is a blacksmith and I just didn't find it? Blacksmith, all the way over there. Locate the spies. Just as soon as... Nope, excuse me. As soon as I go and spend some more money. How do I even get to that? Oh, it's up. It was up here all along. Move. Out of the way. Pick that up. I can hear the anvil. Where are you? There we go. Armor. Chest guard. Or spaulders. As that's all I can afford. Byzantine arming sword. Byzantine mace. Prussian longsword. Heavy weapon. A Khyber blade. Afghani Khyber blade. No. Might get the longsword though. But I need the thing from the tailor, the upgrade. So I'll need money. What don't I have? It is money! Oh. Yeah, no, I want to go this way. Excuse me. Oh no. Money, money. Don't have any money. Why don't I have money? Target located. Confront the spy. Okay.
So close, Adi Herif.
Easy now. Tarek sent me.
Only you? Why not more?
I am enough. Where are your men?
Captured by Byzantines over a week ago. I was just to look like a slave and managed to escape. But the others? Are you a capable fighter?
I like to think so.
Well, when you are certain, come find me.
Well. Well. Don't get detected. Yay, I did it.
What a fantastic spectacle.
Hello. Excuse me.
Ah, got you now.
There we go. Get you. Get you. And then you're just gonna run away. Cause you're a scaredy cat. Stop jumping up on stuff.
Did you happen to see that? We caught another of the Sultan's spies lurking about. A woman this time, disguised as a harlot of low birth.
Sending his harem girls now, eh? It seems the Sultan is running out of skilled fighters. Where did you take her?
Inside, into the
Wait. You can be gifted subs when you aren't watching a stream. You can indeed. Do not kill anybody. That sounds like a big ask. Is this guarded at all? Did not know that. Yeah, and you can even be gifted subs on a channel that you've never watched before.
Oh, I have betrayed them by now. But do they have the resources for retribution?
Doubtful. The Sultan's battle with Selim commands most of their attention.
What the hell is that spell?
Apologies, Manuel. Some of these Ottoman prisoners are so fragile.
Yeah. You're not even following the J3 boys, but now you're sub to them. Nice.
I know the Sultan humiliated your people, but there
But yeah, no, even if you've just been in the channel, you've got a heightened chance of being gifted a sub when it comes down to it. You'll have to thank Adam when you next see them in chat. You will indeed.
I'd like to run that man through with a spear.
Go to the market to find the person with the key. Run, 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 run in. Run away before he notices. Up here. I was a bit surprised that Adam was not in chat today. And just run up here. Do not kill anybody. Well, that's failed. Clearly he's watching the J3 boys and doesn't love you anymore. Steppy step.
Everyone was taken prisoner.
Poor men. That Turkman renegade did this.
Although to be fair, it is all three J3 boys in the same stream, so I can imagine that he's gonna be there rather than here. Jump on this cloth that's very much falling apart and definitely isn't strong enough to hold Ezio's weight. You need a vacation. Well.
You do not cooperate very well.
I'm here to rescue my men, not make friends. Right there.
That armor is too thick for bullets. I will have to get in close.
Janos, we have to help him.
Do not let Janos lose more than half his health. Stabbity stab, stabbity stab, stabbity stab. Kill Shakulu. Stab. Stabbity stabbity stab. Stabbity stabbity stab. Well, alright. Took it to the extreme. Can I not defend against that? There we go. Now he's dead.
Can you walk?
Evet. The rifles you brought, they should be destroyed.
Most of them don't actually work. But the gunpowder is real. We could not fake that.
Better.
It's finally late enough for you to get into bed. He's so happy. Nice. Get yourself to bed. Fingers crossed you actually have a lion.
See, I am counting on it.
And then what?
Then I find Manuel Paleologos.
Heal now. Time to go on the slide. Whee! I doubt it. You only have a lunch club tomorrow, so you're going to wake up panicking. You're late, only to find out it's 5:30. Pretty much. Welcome in, Trinity. How are you doing? Right. Stop running away. You're just gonna shoot me. And I'm gonna get annoyed. Sound effects still brokey. The general sound effects themselves should not be broken. So if you do exclamation mark 20, that should still work unless I disabled it. So, yep, the IT wizard can't fix it. I have not had time to fix it.
Oh, you see this guy?
There you go.
Number one bullshit guy. He do the wee woo.
Whereas yesterday, that just wasn't working full stop. What? Wow. And this is why I take away your mod privileges. Keep saying he hasn't had time as an excuse. I have far too many children, and I go to work. Easy problem. Easy problem fix. Sell the kids and become a jobless bum like you. That does work. That does work. Yeah. Yeah, no, I do have to go this way. Bye, guys. Bye. You coming?
Don't lose him again!
I mean, these animation kills are incredibly slower. It's you. It's... Kaboom.
Sabotage, Manuel. You need to take cover. Get out of my way. Citizens, soldiers, compose yourselves. Not give in to fear. We are the true shepherds of Constantinople. We are the lords of this land. We are business. Orion, stand fast. Do not let anyone break it. Stop that man!
Stand strong. Except when Ezio appears and then run away.
I see him! There! Nothing gets through. Right here with you!
Oh. Well.
Stop and think for a moment. Think about the lives you have disrupted today. The anarchy you have sown.
Think about the anarchy. I mean, I can just climb this gate. Excuse, Ezio. Where are you gonna go now?
You take advantage of a poor and displaced people, using us to further your own vain quest. But we fight for dignity, assassin. We fight to restore peace to this troubled land.
Always quick to talk of peace, but very slow to concede power.
Because power begets peace, Flaka. It cannot happen in reverse. These people would drown without a fell hand to lift them up and keep them in line.
There
Oh no.
is the monster I came to kill.
I was expecting some form of boss fight. But no.
So many plans.
Your dream dies with you, Manuel. Your empire is gone.
Ah. But I am not the only one with this vision, assassin. The dream of our order is universal. Ottoman, Byzantine. These are only labels. Costumes and facades. Beneath these trappings, all Templars are part of the same family.
Enough prattling. I am here for the Masyav key.
Then take it.
take it. Seek your fortune. See if you get within 100 leagues of that library before one of us finishes you off.
And there's, you know, extravagant deaths.
Last of the Paleologi. I should not have put him in charge of our Masyaf expedition. He was an arrogant man. Impossible to keep in line.
Disappoint me, Ahmed. Why the Templars?
Because I am tired of all of these pointless blood feuds that pit father against son, brother against brother. To achieve true peace, mankind must think and move as one body, with one mastermind. The secrets in the Grand Temple will give us just that. And Altair will lead us there.
Delusions. Altair's secrets are not for you.
I am not interested in arguing, Ezio. I am here for the Masyaf keys.
Well, you're not getting them.
Are there more than this one?
So I have heard. Perhaps I should ask someone who knows better. Sofia Sarto. Is that her name?
She knows nothing. Leave her be.
We shall see.
Oh, no.
I know you'll try.
No, no. Do not lose more than half of your health. Alrighty then. Let's do this. Bonk. Oh, broke his leg. He apparently has no skull anymore. Yay! Alright, bye guys. Well, that's one hell of a danger nap she took. Send help. Let me set this entire place on fire. Why do I need to use my eagle sense? No, no, that way, yeah. Thank you. Oh, it was me that set the place on fire. Come on. There we go. Oh. Alright. Bye. Let's see you guys later. Go. Go, 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 go. Go, go, go.
Niccolo Polo, our time together was brief, I know. But I have faith this codex will answer the many questions you have yet to ask.
Altair, this gift is invaluable. Grazie.
So, where will you go next?
Back to Constantinople for a time. We will establish a guild there before returning to Venezia.
Your son Marco will be eager to hear his father's wild stories.
He is a little young for such tales, but one day soon. See?
Father, a vanguard of Mongols has broken through. The village is overrun.
Niccolo.
Oh no.
Provisions are waiting for you by the village gates. We will escort you there.
Thank you.
Ready the catapults and watch for my signal. Stay close.
Escort the polos to safety.
Let's move.
Back to slow walking everywhere. And yeah, I forgot to do the polygon on some stuff. This hologram just jumped on us, jumped on the horse. But I don't know quite how that works.
Father, are you hurt?
Give me a moment. The end of an era. When I was very young, I was foolish enough to believe that our creed would bring an end to all these conflicts. If only I possessed the humility to say to myself, I have seen enough for one life. I have done my part. Then again, there is no greater glory than fighting to find the truth.
We are ready.
A last favor, Niccolo. Take these with you and guard them well. Hide them if you must.
Artifacts?
Of a kind. They are keys. Each one imbued with a message.
A message for whom?
I wish I knew.
A message for Desmond. Desmond the Moon Bear? Old boss, new boss.
Give thee a haste of my handwriting, Claudia. Much has transpired, and little of it good. I am on a ship bound for Constantinople, in pursuit of a man whose treachery has eluded me until now. Prince Ahmed, Suleiman's uncle, is the man leading Templars here. He is the mastermind behind the Masyaf expedition, and he will stop at nothing to retrieve the keys, all of which are now in his hands. So what holds me back? Why do I not take the keys to Masyaf myself and be done with these fools? Because I have been careless. Because the Templars know about Sophia, and they are looking for her. Oh, Claudia, if anything should happen to her, I could not live with myself. I have dragged her into a war she knows nothing about. And it will be my burden to bear if she comes to any harm.
Ba ba ba. Okay. Time to blast through this one.
Citizens of the Empire and travelers from foreign lands take heed. By order of the Janissaries, new restrictions apply to all who travel to and from the city.
To and from the city. What a shame.
That a reward of 10,000 akçe will be given without question to anyone who brings in information that leads to the immediate arrest of the suikastçı. Ezio Auditore.
It's alright. That's not that guy, because that is Oliver Queen.
Let the citizens freely walk the streets once more.
Bank. Where's the bank? Oh yeah, there we go. Money. Money. Withdraw the money. What new items do you have? Pouches. Knives. That's 1,000. 3,000. 5,000. Parachute. No, I don't need parachutes. I go to that blacksmith on the way to the main mission. See if there's any new items in there. Still tired, still asleep. Excuse me. And this way. Ow. Oh. Jump. Yep. Keep going. There we go. Armor. We can buy the spaulders now. Where's the... There was a big sword that did lots of damage. Welcome in, Chaos. How are you doing? How have you been? How's your week been? What have you been up to? Got your last 2 exams tomorrow? Nice. Hopefully you've done well. How do you feel like you've done? I mean, there's a lot of dead bodies in here for, you know. But you had the hardest 2 today, so you're in pain. Ah, no. What subjects were the hardest 2 in?
Brothers, sisters, the whole city rises against us.
Further maths in the algorithms paper for computer science. Sweet baby Jesus. Your brain has melted. I am not surprised, mate. That does not sound like the most interesting subject. So, oh, didn't want to do that. They're just incredibly hard. Yeah. Just go running across here.
suppose the next sultan will be an easy kill?
Especially further mouths.
Where is she?
Such fury.
Where is she?
If you think you are in a position to negotiate, kill me and be done with it. I am sorry it had to come to this. Two men who should be friends, quarreling over the keys to a library. We both strive for the same end, Ezio. Only our methods differ.
As I said, fingers crossed you've managed to do well, and you know what you're talking about.
People desire the truth, yes. But even when they have it, they refuse to look.
These guys have absolute drip.
Liberty can be messy.
Let's pretend I don't know what that means. Why don't we dress like this anymore? Capes. No capes.
Stand above the darkness and say proudly, I stayed true to my creed. I will open that library, and I will find the Grand Temple. And with the power that is hidden there.
So if we just pretend that I'm incredibly old Chaos, and I definitely don't know what that means.
Do this, and Sophia will be spared. My brother's army will be here soon, Ezio. After that, everything changes.
How long have you been here?
Long enough. I had Ahmed killed as soon as he returned. But I never expected to hear all this.
And what do you think?
Swag or something like that. Don't know what you dinosaurs say. Cheers, guys. Makes me feel so much better.
The world is a tapestry of many colors. A just leader would celebrate this, not seek to unravel it.
He fears the disorder that comes from difference.
That is why we make laws to live by. A qanun that applies to all in equal measure.
Shastadem, stand back!
Hold, soldier! This man is not our enemy.
What a challenge it would be to have a son like you.
You are not dead yet, old friend. Ezio, spare my uncle if you can.
Would your father?
No.
You didn't even think that was a fairly new term. If attacked, kill 5 guards in close combat without getting hit. But I wasn't attacked. I wasn't hit. Couldn't touch me. I was like a gazelle, leaping through the swarms of enemies. Oh my, how do I get out of it? Meh. I don't know if it is a new term or any. This guy needs to get into the NBA. It doesn't. Wait. Something. Alright, all talk at once. Death be upon you. His vertical leap is insane. Bye.
If they like one of his designs, the resulting contract will make our fortune.
He just gets stabbed and runs off. Absolute legend, and just stands there like it never happened. Another building I can buy? What is this? Madness. It's like the news story you saw of some guy in Russia. Well, please do elaborate. He got stabbed and stared the guy down, and then dropped him with a knife still in him. I mean, I can imagine being stabbed would probably irritate you, you know, at the very least slightly. And yeah, the only reasonable thing is, you know, drop the guy. I'll maybe go and get some help, but... I doubt it is. There we go. He was mildly inconvenienced. That's the one. Well, it would appear I've got a knife in my chest. Terribly inconvenient. Rescue Sophia before she loses 50% health. How unfortunate. Still complains that he's late for his meeting. Walks in with the knife sticking out of his chest. Are you alright? Ah, itches a bit. For what little you know about science, I think you're actually not supposed to pull a knife out, because then you can bleed out. You can indeed. Unless it's, you know, an older knife, and then they build those little channels into the blade. So that actually allows you to still bleed out. The more you know. So if it's got grooves in the actual blade of the knife, then you will still bleed out if that knife is still inside you.
It would be an honor.
It's a great design, it is. I'm sure the designer thought that. Yes. This will definitely make somebody bleed out. How did I miss that? There we go.
Where is she? I admire you, Ezio, but your bloodlust makes it hard to call you a friend.
How does he just walk on a vertical wall?
The man who ordered an attack on his own nephew.
He was to be kidnapped, Ezio, not killed.
I see. Kidnapped by the Byzantines so that his uncle could rescue him and be heralded a hero.
More or less.
I think people have proven that it is possible.
The keys.
First, the girl.
She's all yours.
Sophia!
Tell your men to back off. She's all yours.
Well. Climb the tower and rescue Sophia. Climbity, climbity, climb. You do this when you get bored, just throw yourself up random buildings.
Teşekkürler efendim. Çok teşekkürler.
All the way over there. Frames.
Are you hurt?
Not hurt, but very confused.
I did not mean to drag you into this. I'm sorry.
You're not responsible for the actions of other men.
All this will be over soon, but I need to recover what they have taken.
I do not understand what is happening. Ezio, who are these men?
Run!
I do not know who they are, but they intend to kill me. Horses! Oh, I don't get to control the horses. Okay. Wooed. They aren't very nice fellows. Kill 20 men with a single stare.
Well, you have come to see me off.
Oh. Get over there. There we go. It's been a while since I've done that. That was very not very nice. You two are still being mean to each other. It's not very nice. Oh no. Pull the parachute.
I don't think so.
Hold on.
Obviously.
No.
Oh no.
There we go.
Soldiers, up ahead.
I see them.
Stabby stab. Oh. This doesn't seem very realistic. What gave you that idea?
Kill yourself, Sophia. More soldiers.
Just start throwing them from the sky. Throwing dudes from the sky. Quite literally, it's raining men. Oh, straight into a tree you go. Oh, missed.
I'll get the rope. What are you doing?
Ow. Literally couldn't go any further over. That was as far as I could go. And again. What am I supposed to do? Gotta make sure you're well. You're gonna make sure you're well rested for the exams. No worries, Chaos. Ow! What? Catch. No worries, Chaos. You get yourself some sleep, and fingers crossed for tomorrow. There's a wicked smart. Come on, give me a person. Dog. We're nearly done, right? What? Oh, dead. Is it what? I was, as my headset died. The battery? Are you alive? No, it's not. Gotta change the battery. I shall be one moment. That's the benefit of it. Benefits of this headset is I get to just swap the battery and don't have to plug it in to charge it. Oh, how many parachutes do you have? Maggie. Oh, that's an odd noise.
So what now, Ezio? How does this end?
I am wondering that myself.
Well.
Oh! Soldiers! Selim is not your master! You serve the Sultan! You carry out his command alone! Where is he? Where is the Sultan?
He stands before you, brother. Father made his choice.
Selim! Stop! Please!
Oh. Alright then.
So, you are the assassin. Ezio Auditore. I am Selim, Suleiman's father. He speaks quite highly of you.
He is a remarkable boy with a magnificent mind.
Were it not for his endorsement, I would have you killed where you stand. Leave this place. Do not return.
You did the right thing.
Got the threat.
This is not your fight.
But where does one end and the next begin?
Ba, ba, ba. Priorities. New achievement. I've got one left to go.
Good to see you. Listen, we've got a customs officer waiting to talk to everyone.
I hope you have something for us.
Absolutely. Passports and papers for everyone.
Ah, brilliant. So I'm what? A neurosurgeon now, am I?
You're a medical team from SUNY Upstate. Just back from Rome with your patient. Experimental gene therapy.
Good work.
Nice.
Let's get this over with.
Good excuse.
Hey, look, this is crazy.
What's wrong?
I'm not sure, but Desmond's brain is lighting up like a string of firecrackers.
No? Is that it?
Here it comes. What is that? What's going on? This is the end, Desmond. Scheduled for deletion. What are you doing? What is a man but the sum of his memories? We are the stories we live, the tales we tell ourselves. Don't do this. I'm saving you, idiot. Go!
Maggot. Move it, Desmond. Do it. Do it now.
I write these lines with a steady hand and a light heart. We are in Acre now, Sophia and I, with the 5 Masyaf keys in our possession, and all the time in the world. Sophia is a seasoned traveler, and a fine companion to have so far from home. Tomorrow we will make our way to Masyaf, and once there, into Altair's library, to fulfill our father's forgotten dream. Forgive the shortness of this letter, dear sister.
Oh, let's just get this finished. Because otherwise it's going to be like half an hour of next week. And then we're going to be switching over.
Con affetto, Ezio.
Let's do these. Hopefully it only takes half an hour. If it takes more than that, I'm not going to be happy. Not going to be happy at all. Time to open the library. Walk with Sophia.
È così bello qui. This is where your order began?
It began thousands of years ago, but here it was reborn.
By the man you mentioned, Altair?
Altair ibn La'ahad. He built us up, and set us free. He saw the folly of keeping a castle like this. It had become a symbol of arrogance, and a beacon for all our enemies.
And the mandate for menacing hoods? Was that his idea as well? You mentioned a creed before. What is it?
Nothing is true. Everything is permitted.
That is rather cynical.
It would be if it were doctrine, but it is merely an observation of the nature of reality. To say that nothing is true is to realize that the foundations of society are fragile, and that we must be the shepherds of our own civilization. To say that everything is permitted is to understand that we are the architects of our actions, and that we must live with
That is incredibly philosophical. Philosophical, that's all.
Tragic.
Do you regret your decision?
Welcome, Raiders. Choose your favorite.
My God.
Watch the show, or watch the show.
My God.
For 3 decades.
Welcome to 10. How are you doing? You're doing Final Fantasy VII. Nice. How's that going?
Don't know what to do.
Do not regret those years.
I'm gonna get fucked
It is time to live.
Excuse me.
Let go of all of this.
Very good. How's Revelations going? It's going. I am within the last section of it, and I'm really hoping that this is the end. Because I don't really want to have to start this next stream and then switch games. That's just going to be a pain. No, very good, very good. Do you have an ETA on the No Man's Sky? Just about to head to Rocket Town to get the huge materia, so not long until we're done with the game. Maybe 2 or 3 more streams. Nice.
What do you hope to find behind that door?
Knowledge, above all else. Altair was a profound man and a prolific writer. He built this place as a repository for all his wisdom. He saw many things in his life, and learned many secrets, both troubling and strange. Knowledge that would drive lesser men to despair.
Does that worry you?
Sophia, you should know by now that I am not a lesser man.
Ezio.
Okay. Okay, I understand now. So... No, I don't understand anymore.
These diagrams look like constellations, Ezio. Capricorn, the Eagle, the Sagittarius. Perhaps the keys belong to one of them.
Oh, you see this guy? See this guy?
Did I hear No Man's Sky? I think No Man's Sky could be an April game looking at it. Unless you can get a bonus Sunday stream in before you go to Disney. Do you have it installed? I think Liz just waiting on me to finish up either Final Fantasy VII or God of War so we can play it. Robo is going to be joining us again. Nice. No worries, Train. You get yourself some sleep and I will catch you another time. Bye-bye now. Aha. That one fits. That one must go there. That one goes there. That one must go there. There we go. See you in a month again. Peace out! No, see you later, Trin. Have a good time and enjoy playing your GTA RP. Eventually I will play some more Valorant with you. One day. Explore the tomb. And here lies the skeleton of Altair. You may try join for some Phasma on Saturday, but depends if you end up on DayZ. Nice. Always welcome, Trin. And it will be much appreciated. I know... I'm fairly sure Lightning said that he was going to come on, but I'm not sure. And there is a final disc. Cool. We might be able to get Tin to play it. Isn't it? We all know Tin loves it.
You have seen to my books? Yes. Some we sent with the Polos. The rest will go with me to Alexandria. Good. Very good. Father, I do not understand. Why did you build a library if you did not intend to keep your books? You should go. When the Mongols return, Masyaf must be empty. I see. This is not a library at all. It is a vault.
You'll get the Go XLR ready for Creepy Sounds. Yes.
What secret?
Go, son. Go be with your family. And live.
You're actually leaving this time. No worries, Tin. Not Tin. Trin. I'll see you next time. Don't forget the milk. He's still looking for it. Come here.
Much wisdom is much grief.
Hide Altair's apple.
Knowledge increaseth sorrow.
What does it tell you? What do you see?
Turn the lights off. We are still indeed looking for cheap milk. It's getting harder and harder. This is one of your favorite parts of the game.
To us, Altair. To our family. What does the apple say?
Who were the ones who came before? What brought them here? How long ago?
Get rid of that.
Alright, I genuinely don't remember this taking so long to move anywhere. You just can't move quickly.
If you are asked, say I sent the apple away. Tell them I sent it to Cyprus or Zipango, or that I dropped it into the sea. Tell them anything to keep men away from this place. This apple must not be found. Not until the time is right.
Sit a moment and rest. Sit a moment and rest for all of eternity. There you go, Tin.
Another artifact. No. You will stay here. I have seen enough for one life.
Rest in peace, Altair.
Desmond?
He's talking to me?
I heard your name once before, Desmond. A long time ago. And now it lingers in my mind, like an image from an old dream. I do not know where you are, or by what means you can hear me. But I know you are listening. I have lived my life as best I could, not knowing its purpose, but drawn forward like a moth to a distant moon. And here at last, I discover a strange truth. That I am only a conduit for a message that eludes my understanding. Who are we, who have been so blessed, to share our stories like this? Speak across centuries. Maybe you will answer all the questions I have asked. Maybe you will be the one to make all this suffering worth something in the end. Now, listen.
Listen to the words that are coming out of my mouth. Oh, hello.
There you are. Good. A strange place, this nexus of time. I am not used to the calculations. That has always been Minerva's domain. I see you still have many questions. Who were we? What became of us? What do we desire of you? You will have your answers. Only listen, and I will tell you how. Both before the end and after, we sought to save the world. We built vaults within which to work, each dedicated to a different method of salvation. They were placed underground to avoid the war which raged above, and also as a precaution should we fail in our efforts. Each vault's knowledge was transmitted to a single place.
Meh.
It was our duty, mine, Minerva's, and Juno's, to sort and sample all that was collected. We chose those solutions which held the most promise, and devoted ourselves to testing their merits. 6 we tried in succession, each more encouraging than the last, but none worked. And then the world ended.
None worked, and then the world ended. Well. I don't remember this. I wonder if I skipped it when I was younger. And yeah. Yeah, proper don't remember this at all. Well.
The earth shook for days, the fires burned for weeks, and when the ash had settled, less than 10,000 of your kind still lived, and far fewer of ours. But we carried on, together, to rebuild, to renew. Listen, you must go there, to the place where we labored and lost. Take my words, pass them from your head into your hands. That is how you will open the way. But be warned, much still remains in flux, and I do not know how things will end, either in my time or yours.
Alrighty then.
Look, his vitals are stabilizing. Something's happening. He's moving.
Desmond, can you hear me? Son?
Well. Oh, there we go. Wondering, is this going to end soon? AC3 next. It is indeed. It is already downloaded. It is already set up. I will need to launch it at some point just to make sure that it is actually working properly. But it is the remastered version, so it's not the one that's, you know, hundreds of years old. Let's switch on over to this screen. We'll leave that on that screen there. Yeah, has been quite a slog of a game, and yeah, basically there was a really advanced save before hours is what you got out of that. That just looked like it was pretty much where we got to in 2012. Well, 2010, really, 2010-ish. That was when that was released, wasn't it? 2010, 2011? Because the next one is The End of the World, isn't it? The End of the World on 11/11/12 or something daft like that. I can't remember. The world was going to end, and it was in the Mayan calendar, and you know, it was just going to poof. Life is gone. Supposedly meant to be. Poof, and the world has gone. It's pretty much it. Reconstructing Ireland. Oh dear. Yeah, I am gonna have to raid out to everybody. You found the end of Assassin's Creed 3 very weird and not very good. I can't remember it. I'm not gonna lie. Although, to be fair, I thought this game was a lot better than it was. I enjoy the combat in this one. I'd say it's probably one of the better ones for combat so far in the series. But yeah, just like the mechanics, yeah, it left a lot to be desired. I'd say Brotherhood was the better one. This is definitely the smallest Assassin's Creed game from the old ones. I'd say this has a lot more in it. Maybe not so much of the main story, but there's a lot of side stuff that you can do. I'd say a lot more side stuff in here than there is the previous games. They really added more and more in. But I am not doing any of those. I am just playing through the story, and yeah. Because I do not have the time or patience to go and find all the collectibles. And yeah, it's one of those. Let's have a very quick look and see who is online. And it appears that Next Step Nick is online. But last time we raided out to Next Step Nick, he decided he was going to raid me. And was mid-raid while I raided in. So that was going to be fun.
The blobby creature.
But he is still going. That is good. But he is playing Sons of the Forest. Let's get that raid started. Yeah, playing Sons of the Forest. He's very, very good guy, and very much hope you all like joining the cult. Sorry, following. Yeah, I'll be back on Saturday for some Phasmophobia. Everyone is welcome to join, as they are always, and I will see you all then. Let me put some music on because I've just realised it's very quiet. And I'll catch you all on Saturday. Bye-bye now.